Welcome again, everybody. This is the Interscholastic Sailing Association Doublehanded Championship for the Mallory Trophy and the High School Nationals. We are just about to get underway with race 13A. We got in, 14A. We got in 13 races per division yesterday, a total of 26 races. And we are expecting as many as 14 more races today, 7 per division. And A division is off. Started the race just a few seconds ago, right at 10 o'clock. We're sailing in a northeast wind, which is expected to back. Should go to north and get very shifty today. And puffy. Should see some pretty good action, particularly crazy stuff happening up here at both the windward mark and the finish line right near the MIT dock. Well, it's a little tricky to tell who's doing really well so far, but it looks like Francis Parker is doing well in boat 17, and Seven is doing well in boat 1. And Tilly's is having a good race in number 7. Most of the fleet is on port tack with what they must perceive to be a left shift as they head for Mark 1. Newport Harbor's looking really good. In our view, they're the leftmost boat in orange number 4. Looking for ready, and they're tacking now. If that's any sort of shift, they could be leading this race. Well, on this side of the course, closest MIT, Francis Parker is leading this group in the yellow boat, number 17. However, more and more boats are starting to come across now on a starboard lift. And Francis Parker is not going to be crossing the front row. So Newport Harbors continue to sail in a good shift over there, and they're emerging to a very big lead. Severn's up there, but they're not second. There's another group of boats coming out of the right, 9, 12, and 13. That's Christchurch, Kettle Moraine, and Tabor's all doing well over there in that righty. Well, now Severn's got a little left, and they've moved up into second. They're not far from Newport Harbor now. Wait, check that. That's boat 3, the blue boat that's doing well. That's St. Thomas Aquinas right up there in second. Well, now Tabor's looking a little better in 13. As it gets shifty, things are going to change here pretty rapidly. Sorry, that's Kettle Moraine in 13. Bit of a soft spot right by the mark. Giant lift for boat 8. 8's going to make the mark from there. And so Ransom Everglades rounds with the mark in first. Newport Harbor and St. Thomas Aquinas right behind. Francis Parker and Severn rounded out the top 5 as they're going down a reach now. This reach leg could prove to be pretty tricky. Most people consider reaches parades, but not here. A rare move on a reach leg for number 17. They made a couple jibes right after the first mark to get into the low lane where there could be more breeze. So let's watch that yellow boat and see if that pays off. They could get rolled, or they could be the only boat with wind down there. Francis Parker's jibing again to try to stay in the breeze. The leader's stuck up high a little bit. Ransom Everglades now jibing to try to stay in front of the fleet. A pretty radical move by Christchurch in 9. They've sailed way off course and coming in from way down low. Turn the mic down just a little more, please. Thanks. And here's the fleet converging on Mark II. Ransom Everglades still in the lead somehow. So not a massive shakeup, despite the weird leg that was. However, just trying to get away from this mark is a different story. There are boats that are continuing to reach along Memorial Drive. Others have jibed over and heading for Storrow Drive. Only a very few boats are able to go down the middle. Well, not looking good for the boats that have come along Memorial Drive here. There's less wind along the shoreline. Boats that have jogged out have found pressure, and they've been able to reach out and even wing their jibs out and start heading downwind. And now just about everybody's got pressure, but a few boats have been left behind. The Florida schools, St. Thomas Aquinas and Ransom Everglades, appear to be maintaining a fragile lead as they jibe downwind. Look how wide this run has gotten, and it really hasn't been sailing all that long. Meanwhile, the Fireflies are coming up to their windward mark. And we have the Hotchkiss in the lead. Boat 9, Christchurch, was able to almost lay the mark from way underneath. But second and third belong to Francis Parker in 17. And Minnetonka in 15. Minnetonka jibed right away into a nice vein of pressure. So a little different course for the Fireflies. They're sailing the inner loop, which means they are turning straight downwind from the windward mark instead of that nightmarish reach leg right up underneath Memorial Drive here. So because they were able to jibe straight downwind, the leaders in the Fireflies, the Hotchkiss School, and now second place belonging to Minnetonka, they appear to be unthreatened as they are sailing straight downwind for the next mark. But the A division in the FJs is still pretty widespread. They are now starting to converge. The high boats are winging, the low boats are reaching up to their third mark. Well, sorry we don't have a drone today. Apparently the drone was going to be a little dangerous. A little tiny cameraman inside the drone was going to drown if that thing had gone into the water. So we have a video camera here from the top deck at MIT following the racing. But the Firefly fleet really got spread out at the windward mark, unlike the FJ fleet where everyone came together at Mark 2. Okay, the FJs have arrived at the leeward mark where boat number 3 from St. Thomas Aquinas is now broken out into a very big lead. They got some nice pressure all the way downwind, and that was allowed them to take the lead and stretch it out. Well, St. Thomas Aquinas has been able to make a couple covering tacks to stay between the fleet and the next mark. Race committee commentator, are the FJs coming up to the finish, or do they have another loop? They have another loop, yeah. Thank you. Well, the Florida schools continue to go 1-2 here in the FJs, with St. Thomas Aquinas coming in on the next windward mark in first place, followed by Ransom Everglades in number 8. Looks like the Severn School in 1 is a distant third. And there is Sophia Renicky rounding the weather mark in first place. Sophie is the ISSA single-handed champion from this past fall. Oh, a little bit of a spin out and attack and a big gust by Ransom Everglades. As such, it looks like Severn slips in there into second. And they will probably jibe right around that mark. Or they're a little late at jibing, decide not to. Ransom jibes behind them, and so those split jibes going downwind for the battle for second. Wow, near collision in fourth and fifth. Newport Harbor barely was able to duck behind boat 7, and Tilly's is just rounding now. And still not out of the woods is Newport Harbor, trying to squeeze around this second windward mark. It looks like they're going to make it, with Christchurch right behind, followed by Hotchkiss. Milton makes it around next, just ahead of Kettle Moraine. Ranny School, Francis Parker, Point Loma round out the top 10. All right, quick look at the scores here that began the day after 26 races, 13 per division. We had Point Loma in the lead with 165, Severn School 178, Milton Academy 200, Francis Parker 206, and Tilly's 211, St. Thomas Aquinas 212. After that, it was Christchurch, the Hotchkiss, Ranny, and Ransom Everglades rounding out the top 10. Newport Harbor, St. George's, Coronado, Tabor Academy, and the Christian Brothers were 11 through 15, followed by Walter Payton, Kettle Moraine, Minnetonka, Clear Falls, and Charles Wright. B Division's just rounded their second winter mark as they start a short reach leg. And it is Hotchkiss in first, followed by Point Loma, Francis Parker, Minnetonka next, and they jibed out. Not sure they know the course. Well, they're just figuring it out, yes, and they're jibing. But that may have cost them a couple boats. And Tilly's in 7 and Christchurch in 9 might both get ahead of them. As well as Walter Payton in 14. Newport Harbor's after that. Well, Severn's just getting to weather mark now, somewhere around 12th place. So that's going to undo what they've gained in the A Division race, because Point Loma is doing well in B. However, there's still a couple more legs to go, and this is the Charles River in a northerly, so weird things will happen today. Just rounding the offset mark there is number 1, the Severn School. And it looks like they are in 10th place, actually. Not too bad. And they're in a nice breeze. Perhaps they can catch the group. The group in front of them also is going very quickly towards the next mark. And a nice puff coming off the shore. Tough race for St. Thomas Aquinas here, just getting to the offset mark now and battling it out for 14th or 15th. Okay, we're coming up to the finish line for race 14A. And Sophia Renicky from St. Thomas Aquinas will cross the line first. Help her team move up a little bit in the standings. They're doing well overall. Not only is St. Thomas Aquinas in 6th place overall, but it looks like Sophia is in she's winning A division. Now she's winning by even more. Well, the wind's gone light on the finish for these FJs. They seem to be getting across orderly. It's also light for the run leg, heading down to the last mark for the Fireflies in B division. Well, we're watching the Fireflies work their way to the finish. It's a tough last beat. The breeze is going left, which makes it even shiftier and bigger holes. Looks like Francis Parker is going to take the Firefly race in B Division. Point Loma is doing very well. They've now got a bit of a righty, and they're coming in on starboard. Don't think they're going to pick off Hotchkiss coming in on port and is about to finish. Hotchkiss was the early leader. They're going to take the second. Christian Brothers in 9 might get lifted up to the finish for third. Point Loma will be fourth. Newport Harbor finishes fifth. St. George is just sneaking in at the pin for sixth. Minnetonka 7, Antilles 8, Ransom Everglades 9, and it's close for 10th. It looks like Severn's going to sneak in there for 10th. Just ahead of Kettle Moraine. All right, boats are all coming into the dock, switching boats and heading out for race number 15 in each division. So we're now 28 races complete for this 40-race series. I'm here with Tom Sitzman, the Severn coach. Tom, what are your chances of winning this regatta? You're looking pretty good right now.
Well, it's a long day still, so we're just trying to take one wind shift at a time, and that's going to be a busy day because there are a lot of them here.
And you last won the Mallory Championship when?
We won in 2008 when it was held at the Naval Academy.
And this year, is this team as good as you had in 2008?
Well, we'll find out. It's a different team. We're much better balanced than we were in 2008, and we're deeper, interestingly, with crews than we've ever been. We don't have the star power that we did in 2008 with a future Olympian and Joe Morris, who won A Division by a fair amount, which was, of course, instrumental. And the balance is something that we really have worked with, and it's paid off for us in fleet racing so far this year.
Little family connection to that '08 team?
Oh, very good. Yeah, very good question. Yes. Scott Houck came in on Sunday as a freshman, sort of wide-eyed and nervous, and helped us achieve what we needed to do in B Division when our B Division senior skipper had a real tough day. And sort of bookends of the Houck family, we have a senior, Stephanie, who's sailing B Division and is a fantastic sailor in her own right. So this has been a long, incredibly rewarding and successful time with the Houck family, and we wish Stephanie good luck after today as she heads off to Stanford.
Okay, we're going to finish with a shout-out to Mom, but first, one last question. So, Tom, what do you think of this Point Loma team?
Point Loma has always been a great competitor. Steve Hunt is the coach there, and he's a great friend of mine, and I remember sailing against him a couple times in J22s, and so I have a great deal of respect for them. I think they're coached extremely well. They sail the right way, and it's always an honor. I wish they were closer. I wish we could sail with and against them more often.
Shout out to moms.
Happy Mother's Day. I hope everybody gets a chance to talk to Mom on this beautiful Sunday.
Thank you, Tom. That's Tom Sitzman, the longtime Severn School coach. Yeah, I got it. One sec. St. Thomas will be in boat 4 in the next race.
Thank you.
It's a different color in each fleet.
Okay, great. There's a piece of paper under your foot. I don't know if you're missing it.
So when I go down to the dock for an interview, I think it might work if we turn the mic volume up a little bit. There's less feedback since I'm so far away, and the people I talk to never want to have the microphone too close to their mouth. They always try to get away from it. So I think you can barely hear them. Yeah, so I think we just go with the mic volume.
Come back on that.
Okay, we're back for the start of race 15A at the ISSA Championship, the High School Nationals for the Mallory Trophy. Looks like we're about a minute away from the start of 15A in Flying Juniors. The I flag is flying in the committee boat. That means that the 1 minute rule is in effect, or otherwise known as the round the ends rule if anyone's over early during the last minute. All the boats are luffing on the line. The particular teams who are watching this race are all in low-numbered boats. In particular, Severn is in one. Severn's in two. Milton's in one. Newport Harbor's in three. St. Thomas Aquinas in four. And Point Loma, the leaders of this regatta, are in boat five. The fleet is off. It appears to be a clean start. So trying to pick up competitors here. It looks like leftmost in our view in orange number 4 is St. Thomas Aquinas heading east. They're followed by Christchurch heading in that direction. And Newport Harbor in blue number 3 is up to windward of them. Just about everybody's on port now. Except Severn just tacked to starboard and are converging with Milton. Now they've tacked. Milton did their usual start not far from the left end of the pin end of the line and made a pretty good start there. Not surprisingly, Point Loma is doing well off the line. They're just tacking now in a group of boats left in our view. In orange number 5 heading right towards the MIT dock. Well, at the moment, the windward leg looks fairly straightforward. There's a nice breeze coming down from the north-northeast. And relatively steady for what we've seen and what we're going to see. Although at the moment, the group that's come in closer to MIT appears to be in a nice lefty on port tack. Kettle Marine appears to be leading this group in 14. That's Christian Spencer sailing with Sam Spencer. Christian's a sophomore, Sam a freshman at Kettle Marine. Well, now there's a righty, so the other group's looking good. Led by 10 and 3. 10 is Christchurch coming out of the right. And they've got St. Thomas Aquinas right on their tail, but down to leeward in blue number 3, Newport Harbor lifted up nicely. In fact, almost laying the mark from directly underneath it is a blue boat from Newport Harbor. Kind of a delayed tack by Newport Harbor. Now there looks like they're getting lifted, and they might be able to get in there. If they keep getting lifted, they'll just wind right around the mark, but they're barely moving. They are going to try to tack in at the mark, right next to Christchurch. Newport Harbor, Christchurch, and it looks like St. Thomas Aquinas is going to get around in third. Severn's up there. They got a shot at fourth, right with Point Loma and Francis Parker underneath. Severn might be able to reach over the top, not quite. They're going to be fifth behind Francis Parker and to windward of Point Loma. Milton's on port trying to get in there. They've got to do some dipping here. They're going to try to tack inside of two other boats that are also tacking. And I think that's going to be legal and okay for Milton, rounding in the top 10, but just barely. Big pack after Milton includes Ranny, St. George's, Catamaran was looking good at one point, and Tilly's. Well, unlike the first race, this is a pretty straightforward reach to Mark II on this trapezoid loop. Meanwhile, the B division in the Fireflies are now halfway up their windward leg, and we'll try to figure out who's emerging as a leader in that fleet as we survey the fleet. Well, it's tough to pick a leader right now in this B fleet. They're all so even, but might have to go with number 9 in the middle, St. George's, or right in the middle of the pack, but lifting up on starboard. Now clearly ahead of the whole row that's fighting it out for second. Boats coming in from the MIT side of the course have a little less wind right now. 10 is leading that group. That's Christchurch. They're close to the mark, so any sort of breeze, and they can get there in a second. But there's a bunch of boats on starboard and more breeze. They're coming up fast. Christchurch and 10 trying to get across, but they can't. They make a dip underneath a few starboard boats, including boat 4, which is St. Thomas Aquinas, but boat 4 is not in a great spot either. They got to tack and dip a bunch of boats. Looks like 18 St. Francis, Francis Parker is going to get around in a very distant second. Squeezing in right behind them is Milton Academy, boat 1 in third. Looks like they're going into a spin though. Maybe not. Maybe they're just jibing away to get clear. A bunch of boats are jibing. including Christchurch around in fifth. Loma's just rounded about mid-fleet. About 2 ahead of Severn. Well, this is an inner loop. The boats are sailing a run leg down to the leeward mark, and as such, they are spreading out laterally. No threats yet for the leader, from number 9, St. George's. Milton Academy was the boat that jibed early, and that worked out well. They appear to have moved into second down low in red number 1. Okay, coming into the second weather mark, we got a couple of blue boats up front. That's Severn in first, followed by Newport Harbor. Severn's Connor Bayless at the helm. Not quite sure. I think that's Camille White crewing this race. Not certain about that. Newport Harbor is Joseph Hugh and Emily Overstreet rounding second. St. Thomas Aquinas got around in third. St. George's and Tabor are up there, followed by Hotchkiss. Christian Brothers next, followed by Francis Parker. Here comes Point Loma in orange number 5, just tacking to round the second weather mark, just barely ahead of mid-fleet now. They've caught a boat or two. One of which is Antilles, who's just done a penalty turn. And that allows Milton to get ahead of them, just behind Kettle Moraine, just rounding now. The course for this race is finishing downwind, so the odd number races will finish downwind. The even number races will be a plus. Those are going to finish upwind close to the rotation dock. So that means the FJs are about to finish down there. And when we last saw them up here, Severn was leading the race. Point Loma wasn't doing too bad, though. They were in the top 10. There's 12 points separating these two teams going into this race. Well, a significant change in this B race going downwind. We saw Stephanie Houck for Severn a couple places behind Jack Egan for Point Loma, but on this second beat, there's been a righty, and red number 2 is flying up this course in the top 5, possibly as high as second right now for Severn. Meanwhile, Point Loma's on port in a blue boat, out of the somewhere around 10th, maybe even out of the top 10. Hotchkiss has the lead in number 6 pretty easily. Second's actually a four-way battle. Severn's one of those 4 boats that can get it, but just tacking is Milton in the red number 1. Closest to MIT, looking good. Francis Parker in pink 18's moving very well. Maybe perhaps they'll be second. But there's Stephanie Houck just tacking now in the red number 2, laying the weather mark. That looks like second. Unless Francis Parker can tack in there. No, Francis Parker's decided to dip both boats, the safe route. As Severn rounds second. Point Loma's pretty far back. This could tie up the series with still a number of races to go. So the FJs have finished, and they're getting ready to start 16A. Meanwhile, 15B at the last mark is Hotchkiss first, Severn, Francis Parker, Coronado, and Milton rounded out the top 5. The next 5. Christchurch, St. Thomas Aquinas, Christian Brothers, and Minnetonka. St. George's next, Ransom Everglades, Kettle Moraine, and then Point Loma. Point Loma in 13th. So if this holds at the end of 15 races per division, Severn School will have taken the lead for the first time in this regatta. Point Loma's been winning for just about a day and a half now. Okay, as we're watching 15B come to a conclusion going downwind, 16A is lining up on the starting line. And it looks like they're just about off, with just a few seconds to go. They're off and running in A Division. Severn started down near the pin end of the line, about 4th or 5th from the pin. They're on port. Point Loma's doing well. They're about to be leftmost in our view, also on port tack, heading to the right side of the course as they look upwind. Severn's just a little bit back, although we believe they're leading the series now. We don't have scores in hand yet, but the leaders have tacked back to starboard. Well, the fleet's real spread out. Too early to call a leader, but there appears to be a puff coming down, a course side left. That's right in our view. And so this group of boats closest to MIT, whoa, someone capsizes to windward in a massive header. I was just about to say they're about to get lifted in a nice puff, and then maybe they thought so too, but the opposite happened. The wind hit the other side of the sail and tipped them over. It's a really strong team, too. Francis Parker, that capsized in that auto attack. And Charles Wright is able to take advantage of that. They caught those couple little shifts and took off. They're leading this group that's closest to MIT. At the moment, there's pretty good breeze everywhere as Francis Parker is recovering from their capsize and starting to sail upwind again. Point Loma's doing well. In boat 5, orange coming right at us underneath the skyscrapers. Hotchkiss is doing well in 6, but they just tacked in a header, so they're dipping St. Thomas Aquinas in orange 5. Point Loma's on the lift on starboard. They're looking really good right now. In fact, they appear to be emerging as the leader along with St. Thomas Aquinas. Severn's up there, though. Severn is in a 5-way battle for 3rd, approaching the first mark. Still a ways to go there, probably 2 or 3 more wind shifts before they get there. A simultaneous tack with Severn and Charles Wright onto starboard in a shift. Meanwhile, tacking to port are the leaders Point Loma in 5 and St. Thomas in 4. Point Loma back on starboard already, just about laying the mark. There's a bunch of boats coming in above the starboard ley line, going very well. And that includes Walter Payton in 13 and Ransom Everglades in 7. But more wind shifts to come. St. Thomas Aquinas takes a long lift and barely makes it around the mark, assuming she's clean just ahead of Point Loma at the first mark. Severn's got a giant righty. They're reaching in from underneath the mark in the battle for third, but they won't be third. Looks like Severn squeezes around in fourth, right ahead of those boats that had overstood from the right. Another tough offset leg on the top of the trapezoid loop course. With St. Thomas Aquinas and Point Loma surviving this reach with a puff off the top. Severn's down low on this reach. That's going to cost him. Walter Payton goes over the top, possibly third. But Hotchkiss is down low, maybe they're third. Then Ransom, Everglades, and Severn in fifth and sixth. Next up is Charles Wright in 15, Randy School in 20, approaching the second mark. Milton's down around 11th or 12th, it appears, in blue number 1. All right, well, with this big left shift, the boat's being reached to that reach mark and continue to reach downwind instead of jibing away. It's too big a wind shift to jibe in. They're going to stay on starboard and jib reach down the river. Or up the river, I should say, as B Division's getting ready to start their 16B. After this? Yeah, Charles Wright. Well, Fireflies are off in 16B, and Point Loma made a nice start on port tack, crossing from the left. However, the breeze temporarily went weirdly much further left for boats even to the left of them. However, that seems to have died off as more puffs are working their way down the course from random directions. Poised to take advantage of left shifts would be the Severn team in Firefly red number 1. Not leading, but they are moving well in a lefty. Looks like the leaders might be number 7, Ransom Everglades. Newport Harbor's doing well in 3. Francis Parker in 18 is doing really well. So is 13, which is Walter Payton. Ransom Everglades in 7 continues to lead. But Point Loma is right up there. As is Walter Payton in green 13. Antilles in number 8 appears to be in 4th, with one or two tacks to go before the first mark. Antilles just picked off Walter Payton, and now they are 3rd, approaching the first mark. It looks like Tabor, Newport Harbor, Milton, Christchurch, and 7 are all going to get to the mark at about the same time. Well, Francis Parker's going to make it around, we think, in 5th. 7 had to dip a whole bunch of boats in order to get around clean. Milton's going to go around in 6th. A tough one for 7 here. They still got a little ways to go in really bad air. 10's going to squeeze around on the inside of 3. Christchurch and Newport Harbor. 2 more tacks for 7. Hotchkiss and Tabor round next. Coronado and St. George's after that, and then Severn. Oh, except that boat 14 tries to squeeze in there. Kettle Moraine, not sure that was legal. They're discussing it now. Meanwhile, A Division rounded their second weather mark almost the same time that B rounded their first weather mark. Although B, a lot of boats are still stuck at the weather mark. And all kinds of weird breezes. Point Loma is doing really well in both races right now. They could get back into the lead after this race. Long way to go, though. Both of these races will have an upwind finish. Minnetonka, I believe, just got flagged for Connecticut, or somebody did. It's a Severn school forced to do a penalty turn in the middle of the river. Very slow and painful turn in a lull. A look at the standings shows that after race 15 in both divisions, Severn School did indeed take the lead by 8 points over Point Loma. However, in this race, particularly with that penalty turn to Severn, Point Loma is going to reassert the lead. They've got top 3 races going in both divisions right now. Francis Parker moved up to a distant third overall with some very steady sailing in both divisions, but about 10 minutes ago in this A race, they did have a capsize, and that may temporarily halt their charge towards the leaders, because they moved ahead of Milton Academy, who's been just a little off the pace since their splendid run yesterday of 3 bullets in a row. So Point Loma is going to win race 16A and come closer to getting the lead back. St. Thomas Aquinas will be second. Looks like Milton's going to get third or fourth. Fighting it out with Tabor coming up to the finish. Milton just barely got that third, and for the moment, I believe that puts them back into third place overall. Tabor got the fourth, Hotchkiss fifth, Newport Harbor sixth. Ransom Everglades, 7. Walter Payton, 8. And Severn, 9. That puts Point Loma back in first place by 1 point going into the B race. But in the B race is definitely going Point Loma's way. Right now, Point Loma's third in the B race with a couple legs to go. But Severn is well back after those penalty turns. And they were mid-fleet before they were flagged. Okay, race 15B is just coming across the line. Ransom Everglades took that one. I believe that was Paul Lowbury finishing first in that race. And Point Loma got second. They're the division leaders. Jack Egan, Kenny Motes, and Sean Cofield, along with Kenny Motes, are the two crews. I believe Kenny Motes is in that race. And that puts Point Loma not only back in the lead after the A race, but now they're going to be leading possibly as much as 12 points again where they started the day. Stephanie Howe had closed within 2 points of the lead in B Division, and their team had pulled into first overall. Stephanie's trying to make a comeback here. It looks like she has indeed caught a few boats on this last leg. With a couple more tacks to go, maybe they can get a couple more boats. But 4 boats have now finished, and actually 6 boats have now finished. It looks like Severn's going to be about 11th or 12th here. So Point Loma's going to have their 12-point lead back after this race. Francis Parker did well, and Milton was a ways back, so it's got to be really close for third now overall as well. Here with Jack Egan.
Interesting, but we're and at the end of the day. Thing for me is definitely they're shaped so lines are rigged back, so they have their benefits too.
We got Steve on here, the How long have you based on for selling at MIT? Mothers wishes and leader. We're back. Turn that down a bit. Turn that down. We're back at the ISSA Championship in Doublehanded for the Mallory Trophy. The High School Nationals getting underway with race number 17A. We're going for a total of 40 races. Now we have 32 complete, 8 races to go, and A Division is off at the start of 17A. The A Division is now halfway up the first leg. We're trying to find which boats may be emerging as leaders. It looks like Milton's doing well in number 20. And Tilly's is doing pretty well in 9, as is St. George's in 8. The Rainey Schools hooked a big shift for a moment in number 1. Rightmost in our view, leftmost on the course, closest to MIT. St. Thomas Aquinas has gone way out on the other side, and they've got a bit of a right shift on starboard tack, heading for the weather mark. Newport Harbor in 2 and Severn School in 3 are on port tack at the starboard tack ley line. We're looking for those boats to tack soon, but right now they're in a little bit of... Oh, there's a shift. They get a big shift and tack for the first mark. In fact, they look like they may have overstood at such a big shift. Tacking well inside of them and ahead of them, closer to the mark. Is number 8 Antilles. They may be leading now. Christchurch is looking good, and 11. Whoa, big shift on the starboard ley line. So the boats that overstood actually are in good shape now. They're right on the mark. Milton's going to round in 3rd, right behind Antilles. First is Rainey School, number 1. Francis Parker, 4th. St. George's, 5th. Christchurch, 6th. Newport Harbor, 7. Severn School, 8. And Point Loma, 9. Boats are moving quickly down the top reach without incident. No big lulls and puffs from behind. Kettle Moraine is 10th. Minnetonka 11th. Battle for 12th with, looks like, Charles Wright and Ransom Everglades. Christian Brothers is after that, and a little bit of a calm spot. Tabor's next, followed by St. Thomas Aquinas. Pretty far back here in this one. Okay, the Fireflies are off in their race 17B. Again, there are 8 races to go for the Mallory Trophy, the High School Nationals. Going to make a shout out to the boat builder here. All of these boats were made by Whitecap Composites, a somewhat young company, just under 10 years old, up in Peabody, Mass. So these boats were built only about 20 miles from here. And they have built all 24 of MIT's Fireflies, all 24 Flying Juniors, and all 30 of their tech dinghies you see lined up in the dock. That's some 78 boats made for MIT by Whitecap Composites. Watching this B race, we see Point Loma in number 4, blue number 4. They were at one point so lifted on starboard they were practically headed for the first mark from the middle of the course, which is exactly what the coach told them to do. He said, aim for the mark. Well, now they're on port, can't quite cross boats in a righty, so they tack again, and once again, Point Loma is aimed at the first mark underneath a whole bunch of other starboard boats, possibly leading this race. If they lay the mark from there, they'll be looking really good. On the other hand, if they go far enough this way and get a lefty, they'll still be looking good. Randy in boat red number 1 is poised for a lefty. They're on starboard heading for the port lay line. Well, it looks like Severn's pretty far back in this one. Point Loma will indeed round this weather mark in first. Antilles is flying in there on port. Doesn't look like they quite have it. They're going to have to dip Milton, and Milton has to tack. So that gives Point Loma a little bit of a breakaway, with Milton rounding a distant second, followed by Antilles. Francis Parker is 4th. Sam Merson at the helm, with Matty McGrath. The Rainy School gets around right with St. George's and Newport Harbor. Kettle Moraine and Christchurch are next, along with Minnetonka. Ransom Everglades and Hotchkiss get around. There is St. Thomas Aquinas just squeezing around in front of Severn School, followed by Tabor Academy. Well, as we approach the second windward mark for A Division, things have changed around a little bit. Point Loma has lost a few boats. Severn has picked up a few. Christchurch is looking good. They may have taken the lead from Antilles. Antilles, a double tack. They tacked right into the wind. And now they got to go behind Christchurch. And then tack on Severn. Getting a couple wild little wind shifts coming into the second windward mark. So Severn squeezes around inside of Antilles for second. Ranny will now be fourth. They used to be winning. Milton is fifth. So, I mean, they make the mark. They do. Francis Parker in sixth. Newport Harbor 7, Tabor 8. Charles Wright 9, and Ransom Everglades 10. St. Thomas 11. And here comes Point Loma. They've definitely lost a few boats here. They're going to tack around in 12th. Just ahead of Walter Payton. And Minnetonka, followed by Christian Brothers. This is the second winner mark for B Division in race 17B with Antilles rounding the mark in first. They'll be followed by St. George's and Ransom Everglades.
The time of that first race was 15:40. Copy that. Thank you.
Randy will be 4, Christchurch 5, Point Loma 6. Newport Harbor will get around 8, and it looks like 7 will be there in 9th. So it kind of looks like this race is going to be a break even for the leaders, with Point Loma holding on to their approximately 12-point lead. But it will still be 6 to go after this. Okay, we're underway with the start of 18A and FJs heading up the course. Both of our contenders for first place got good starts. Point Loma started about third from the pin and immediately tacked to port and got into the middle and tacked back. Severn started about midline and also tacked on a lefty and got up the course pretty quickly. We also have a good battle going on for third overall between Milton and Francis Parker. Severn is leftmost in our view. They've just tacked in blue number 3 on a nice righty. Point Loma is not far away from them, but tacking in less wind. In fact, they're getting tacked on by Milton right now. Milton in red number 20, so Point Loma has to tack back. St. Thomas Aquinas is a bit of a lull in orange 5, tacking to port. Milton looks like they're leading this race. Severn's had to tack back out to the right. The righty didn't last very long. And they're tacking to windward of Point Loma. Milton tacks again in the middle in first place. And there's a nice little puff coming down from the weather mark. I think Milton might be pretty well positioned for that. They're tacking towards it now. And they appear to be increasing their lead. They're 20 on port. Well, Hotchkiss is doing well this race. They're in boat 7. They just got a shift and they tacked. They were flying up on starboard, now on port. Severn is directly ahead of Point Loma now, but not by a whole lot. The breeze goes left. Kind of looking like Hotchkiss might get in there in first in boat 7. However, Milton is tacked into overstanding spot on the starboard, above the starboard ley line in 20, and should be able to reach into the mark pretty quickly. However, coming out of the middle on a lift is number 11, lifted way up. I believe that's Christchurch. If Christchurch lays the mark from there, they're first. They do. They shoot the mark and round first. So Milton overstood that mark a little bit. Milton will round second. Severn's going to just go over the bow of Hotchkiss around third. Hotchkiss fourth. Point Loma fifth. St. Thomas Aquinas 6th. St. George is trying to tack in for 7th. They tack into the wind, though, to avoid hitting a boat. Now they bear off with the sails out. But they seem to barely make it legally just ahead of Kettle Moraine. That was a weird rounding. Tabor's next, followed by Ransom Everglades. Christian Brothers had to make a couple extra tacks there, really downspeed tacks. Francis Parker is further back than that, so Milton is going to be leading the battle for third overall at this rate. As Milton just rounded the first mark in second place, Francis Parker's well back. Meanwhile, Severn is in third, just 2 ahead of Point Loma. And the difference between two teams is approximately 10 or 12 points. Okay, as 17A is coming upwind, approaching their second windward mark. 17B is off. They're on their first leg, about halfway up to the first mark. The top three are pretty close in this A race. Looks like Christchurch has the lead still. Milton Academy doing a close attack in front of Severn to hold on to second. And Point Loma has moved up to fourth, only one behind Severn. In the B race, Point Loma has lifted nicely. They're in blue number 4 on starboard. In our view, they're just to the right of most boats, but they're practically aimed at the first mark. A little headed now, but they're looking good in this race. They just tacked to port, but that's not going to work. Back to starboard, back into the starboard lift. Severn's a little ways back. Well, an auto tack for Hotchkiss in boat 7 in the Firefly. So as A Division continues around their second weather mark, the mid-fleet group just running now with Ransom Everglades and Kettle Moraine. Then Tabor Academy. B Division's coming up to the mark. It was led by number 4, Point Loma. And I think Point Loma's getting around first. Christian Brothers in 16 was flying in, but they've overstood a little bit. And they're coming out on port. They're going to have to deal with St. Thomas Aquinas. They go behind them. It's like they're going to try to tack inside of a couple boats and make it. Milton is going to be 5th. Newport Harbor sneaks around in 4th. St. George's 6th. Hotchkiss 7th. They're certainly doing well today. Minnetonka's next around. Then Tabor, Severn, and Francis Parker. Francis Parker's also pretty far back in this A Division race, just getting around the second windward mark. So Francis Parker made a slow, steady rise in this regatta over the course of this series. They'd moved all the way up to 3rd at one point, but they've had a little bit of a setback in the middle of today's races. They're going to drop back to about 5th, possibly 6th overall, behind St. Thomas Aquinas. Hotchkiss has been moving up. Okay, we have an update in scores after race 17 in both divisions. That's now 34 races complete with 6 to go. Point Loma still in the lead by only 5 points over the Severn School, 220 to 225. Well back in third, Milton Academy has moved back into third place with 262. Christchurch has moved all the way up to fourth, only 2 points out of third at 264. Francis Parker's had a couple tough races lately. They have dropped to fifth overall at 270, just 4 clear of St. Thomas Aquinas. They've been a little inconsistent, particularly in B Division. They've got 274. That's 3 points ahead of Antilles. And at 285, Hotchkiss in 8th. Ransom Everglades in 9th. Newport Harbor in 10th. After that, it's St. George's, Rainey, Tabor, Coronado, and the Christian Brothers in 15th. Bottom 5 are Walter Payton, Kettle Moraine, Minnetonka, Clear Falls, and Charles Wright. Coming up to the finish of 18B, it looks like it's going to be Point Loma crossing the line first, extending their lead over the Severn School. Skipper Jack Ryder crosses the line, pretty psyched. Only a couple races to go per division. Well, it's just been announced from the race committee that with only 2 races to go per division, the courses are going to be all plus courses from now on, finishing upwind right here near the dock. That way we'll get to see the finishes of each remaining of the 4 races, actually 6 if you include these 2. And there'll also be slight delays in between races to update scores so that we can all know the score going into each race. As A Division finishes up and heads to the dock, B Division is rounding the second winner mark and just crawling down the leg to the offset mark to start their run leg. And with a great comeback, it looks like the Severn School has taken the lead in this B Division race. Hotchkiss is having a good day as second. Newport Harbor doing well as third. After that, it's really close. A whole bunch of boats are pulling up together in a parking lot. A little bit of mixing with A Division, trying to cut through to across the finish line, right through this wall of B Division boats. Well, I picked up Point Loma in that pack. They're down low in blue number 4, so they're going to be on the inside at this top mark as they start the run. But Severn School, clearly a little bit of a breakaway. And inside isn't necessarily a good thing unless the wind shifts back to the right. Point Loma doesn't really jibe right away. They started to. Now they're back. Now they're back and jibing. Not in a great breeze. They got boats on both sides of them now. Could be a tough one for Point Loma, but they're sailing so well they might find a way to get out of it anyway, because nobody's got a great breeze right now. The fleet is simply expanding out laterally on this run leg. The only boat in real good shape is the leader, Severn. They're going straight down the leg and first with nobody on their wind. Everybody else is spreading it out in order to get their wind clear. But then it's going to be a matter of where the next gust fills in. So a very important run leg for Point Loma going downwind here. Okay, we're zooming in on the lured mark for race 18B. And Severn School easily held their lead, but remarkably, Point Loma did indeed survive pretty well. They came out of that lured mark rounding in about 5th or 6th place, which is what they need to keep the lead in the regatta. Although, actually, after this, it's going to be just about tied with one set to go, 2 races per division. The fleet is being held at the dock a little bit because as each race finishes, there's going to be a little bit of a break to update the score so everybody knows what the score is going into the final 4 races. It's going to be exciting. We've also got a battle for 3rd shaping up. In fact, there are many schools that still have a shot at 3rd. As we mentioned earlier, going into this race, Point Loma had a 5-point lead over Severn. We think Severn's going to be in the lead by maybe 1 or so after this race. But way back in 3rd is Milton at 262. Christchurch, 264. They've moved way up today. All races today for Christchurch have been in the top 10. Francis Parker's been up and down. They've dropped to 5th now at 270. 274 is St. Thomas, doing extremely well in A division. And Tilly's is pretty good in both divisions. They're 277. Hotchkiss School has done well today, or a little bit of setback in race 17. They're at 285. And after that, it drops off quite a bit to Newport Harbor. They had a really tough day yesterday. They've done well today, but done too big a hole to play with the leaders. St. George's also is doing a little bit better today, but after a rough day yesterday, they are in 11th. Oh, that's what happened.
Wheels came off.
So John went in for a little bit?
Yeah. A couple races. Yeah.
And then so Matt back in?
Yeah, Matt's back in there. Okay. He's usually a lot better sailor. I just don't know what's.
Yeah, well, he cleaned up here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. They didn't. I think they didn't. I don't think they fleet races.
At least Friday, the thing I was kind of bummed out. Everybody's like, "Yeah, John's over a couple races," and he's like, "Yeah, okay, first time I ever steered a fucking Firefly."
No,
Yeah.
it's too far
Well,
to go.
I thought.
Go.
Go. I thought it was just a trucking man. But like, I told him.
So Ken, you got Bromstein coming in?
Yeah.
He's a great kid.
Okay, 18B has just come to the finish line, and not unexpectedly, Severn, who made a great comeback in the second beat, then broke away, and is easily going to win this race, and perhaps move Severn into the lead with 1 set to go. But it's going to be close. Point Loma's doing well here as well. Looks like Ransom may be able to get a second out of this deal. And I think Point Loma is going to be as high as about 5th, maybe 6th. A little puff right on the finish line. Close for second. Ransom got second. Looks like. Can't quite tell who it is. I think Coronado slid into 3rd. Christchurch 4th. It's a good one for them. They're in the. They could still get 3rd overall. and Tilly's after that. Then Point Loma in sixth. Milton's dropped back a little bit here. St. Thomas Aquinas seventh. Kettle Moraine, Newport Harbor, Minnetonka, and St. George's. Here comes Milton in boat 20, squeezing in the finish line between the ball with room on Tabor Academy. And Francis Parker after that. So Francis Parker's dropping down today. And now it's a tough one for Milton as well. Christchurch is moving up nicely with one set to go. Just about time to send A Division back out on the water in the FJs for their last two races. From now on, all the races will be finishing up right here off the dock at MIT, so we can give you an update on the scores after every race. Okay, folks, scores are up to date now after 18 races per division, and Point Loma is still in the lead by a scant 2 points over Severn School because they got a first in A and a 6 in B to Severn's 3-1, winning the B race. Christchurch, with a 2-3 in that set, has moved into third place at 269. They are 9 points clear of Milton Academy in fourth. And with 2-7, St. Thomas is hanging on to fifth. A good 12 points clear of Antilles School, who's doing pretty well today. Francis Parker has dropped back to seventh. They made a nice charge all the way to third at one point. Hotchkiss just had a bunch of bad races. They've dropped to eighth place at 306. Ransom and Newport Harbor round out the top 10.
You guys are doing well. Are they at the third? If I can do a quick interview with somebody. Who wants to talk to the fans?
All right, and you are?
Boyd Bragg, commanding.
Skipper A, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're here with Boyd Bragg, the A Division skipper for Christchurch, and you guys have moved up to third place. What's been the general plan for today?
Well, starts are everything. If you can get ahead and have a lane, it's basically just the end of the race. Yes.
And how'd you like sailing the Fireflies yesterday?
They're odd. It was my first time sailing on Friday. Got the hang of it throughout the day, and my scores got progressively better.
Well, I gather you're feeling a little more comfortable in the FJ. You got a bunch of those back home, right?
Yes, sir. We do.
And now, do you watch in other boats at all, or you're just worrying about yourself right now?
No, at the moment, we're just worrying about ourselves for speed, just everything.
Okay, you realize you moved up to third overall, though, right now, right?
Yes, sir. We have.
Okay, 2 races to go. Same sort of strategy, just try to get a good start and worry about your own lanes?
Yeah, I haven't focused on the scores. I just know we're in third, so we're just going to try to sail our own race.
Well, that's what coaches are for. They can worry about the scores. You just play the wind shifts. I'm going to shout out to your mom. Okay, it's Mother's Day. What do you got to say?
Shout out to my mom. Mother's Day, I guess.
All right, Boyd. Thanks very much, and very best of luck in these last couple races. Okay, we're back at the ISSA Mallory Trophy for the High School Nationals Double-Handed Fleet Racing, and they're off for the start of race 19A. Looks like the boats that start at the left end of the line are doing pretty well. Milton's down there in hole 21. Now there's a bit of a righty, so the fleet is generally on the starboard tack. Looks like the Severn School had a good start. Severn School just tacking now in the middle, and orange number 4. Not surprisingly, Point Loma is doing well in boat 3, a blue boat. Oh, somebody fell out of the boat. I believe that was Milton, skipper Henry Burns, that fell out of the boat. But he's back in. They're going. They didn't cost him too much. The crew turned around, game ahead, didn't want to sail alone. So they're already back and tacking on the shifts. In fact, that hardly cost them anything. Point Loma's doing just fine here. Severn getting a little bit of a righty and tacking in orange 4. Enough of a shift, so they probably be ahead of Point Loma, but of course Point Loma also tacked on that shift rather than crossing behind. So Severn might have the early lead in this race. They're right in the middle in the orange. They're lifted on starboard, but they're heading for a shift, and sure enough, they tack in it. Point Loma attacks at the same moment. Point Loma's looking good, too. Point Loma's just to windward of the Ransom Everglades in 5. Point Loma in a blasting lift, catching up quickly to the leader. But it looks like Severn's going to get in there in first because they're laying the mark, and then they tack right around it and take off to the reach mark. Now this course has been moved down away from the shore a little bit so that it won't be quite as screwy on this top reach nor at the finish line. But it is Severn first and Point Loma second. And remember, they are only separated by 2 points right now. Point Loma's leading by 2 points over Severn. Ransom Everglades gets around in 4th. They're in 9th overall. Sorry, Ransom's in 3rd. Tabor's in 4th, followed by Antilles. Hotchkiss 6th. Christian Brothers 7. Francis Parker 8. It's like Charles Wright. Walter Payton is next. Coronado and Milton still bailing. They took a little water in when they fell out of the boat. Rennie's after that. And St. Thomas Aquinas a little ways back this race. Just ahead of St. George's and Newport Harbor. Christchurch well back. Remember, they moved into 3rd place overall. We just spoke with skipper Boyd Bragg. He's not worried about the scores. He just wants to get a good start and find his best path to the winner mark. Looks like they did not get a good start this race. But the fleet's pretty bunched up in the middle, so potentially they could catch a whole lot of boats here. Okay, meanwhile, the B division is just getting off the line. Well, in B division, it appears neither Point Loma nor Severn have superior starts. It looks like Point Loma started about top third and Severn somewhere a little closer to mid-fleet. Christchurch also did not have a great start. Randy's doing well in the B race. Milton's doing okay. Ransom Everglades and St. Thomas Aquinas looking very good off the line. Well, it's getting shifty as we get up close to the top here. As the leaders finally starting, it's still too difficult to figure out who's going to be leading at this weather mark. A whole lot of boats fighting it out for first. Just tacking now are a trio of St. Thomas Aquinas in 6, Antilles in 10, and Ransom Everglades in 5, all tacking onto a port lift. However, they've lifted to the point where they're overstanding a little bit. Kind of look like Francis Parker's going to be first round in boat 20. Meanwhile, the boats on port have overstood a little bit. They're now reaching, figuring out who they're going to have to dip and tack under. Randy's second. Christian Brothers third. Ransom fourth. Newport Harbor fifth. Antilles sixth. St. Thomas Aquinas in 7. Hotchkiss rolling around into attack. That's going to be 9th, I think. Yeah, Walter Payton slid in there in 8th. Milton is, no, it's Point Loma in 10th. Severn 11th. Wow. Milton 12th. Christchurch 13th. Then Tabor and Minnetonka. All right, meanwhile, A division's around the leeward mark, heading up to their second windward mark. A division spreads out, which means that on wind shifts, things can change. big left shift in that A race, and it looks like Seven is the beneficiary of that lefty. But now they've tacked back to starboard. Yeah, that was a 30-degree shift. Make that 45-degree shift. Paloma in the blue 3 is just tacked to port. They're going to go behind at least one other boat. Going behind Ransom Everglades. But they're not going to go behind St. Thomas Aquinas. They're going to tack instead in what may be third place. Well, the breeze has softened a little bit. Nobody's hiking, except in the blasts, as Severn has been making all kinds of tacks and giant wind shifts, extending their lead as they come onto the second weather mark in first place. Connor Bayless skipping for Severn. Not sure what crew is in the boat right now. They've been rotating 3 or more of their excellent crews. And 2 more tacks to get around that mark. Tabor is now in second in the A race, right ahead of Point Loma. Francis Parker attacks in position to round 4th. St. Thomas tacked and almost tacked too close with Ransom Everglades. St. George's and Christchurch are up there. Milton just getting around now in the top 10 in front of Newport Harbor and Antilles. Well, Severn's got a breakaway. Well, they're finishing all the way up top. Each race will finish at right near the sailing pavilion from now on. There's the remaining 4 races, 2 in each division. Christian Brothers is doing a penalty turn for some reason. Partway down the run. All right, checking out on this B race, rounding the second windward mark and first is the Ranny School, followed by Ransom Everglades. Christian Brothers third, Francis Parker fourth, and Point Loma in fifth. That's significant. The two teams could be tied after this A race, but this B race, the two opponents went to opposite sides. Point Loma went right and finished with a righty, while Severn went left and still has a ways to go to get to the windward mark. Well, Severn is all the way back in about 17th. Maybe a little higher, particularly now that they just got a little lefty. But they need to pass a whole bunch of boats here to keep this close going into the final set. So Randy has extended their lead a little bit going into the offset mark with 2 legs to go. Christian Brothers still second, Ransom Everglades, and Point Loma. Sorry, that's Francis Parker, and then Point Loma in fifth. Looking back to find out where his competition is, Severn is just now rounding the weather mark in 14th. Doesn't look like there are any changes in the A race, as the last 2 B boats get down the reach. That happens to be between the finish line and the leaders of the A race. Severn is navigating through the tail enders successfully. And Severn will win race 19A. Point Loma, for the moment, has picked up a boat into second. However, they're going to need a favorable shift to keep the second. Tabor got a little better shift. It's going to be close for second. Tabor's lifted some more. Point Loma's going to have to go behind him. And Tabor tacks on him right there near the finish. And a nice lefty. Point Loma's okay with that. They know there's a few more races, and they know their B division's doing well. Okay, so Tabor crosses second, Point Loma third, and for now, that makes the high school nationals tied at 230 points each for Severn and Point Loma. But as we last saw in that B race, Point Loma's well ahead of Severn by 9 places going down the run leg. If that holds up, Point Loma will be back in the lead by 9 points. All right, let's check in on the battle for third. That's Christchurch, who has been maintaining third. 9 points clear of Milton. Let's see where they finish. Well, Milton finished fourth. Good race for Charles Wright in fifth. A little fist pumping there across the finish line. Ransom Everglades 6. Newport Harbor 7. St. Thomas 8. Francis Parker. Actually, Francis Parker got 8. Then St. Thomas Aquinas. And then Minnetonka. Christchurch just got across in around 11th or 12th. That's going to shrink their lead over Milton to just 1 or 2 points. All right, there'll be another little break while we catch up on the scores before we go into the last race in each division. Boy, this is close. All right, the fleet is at the dock. We will take a very short break to check in on scores before the two fleets, A and B divisions, head out for their final race of the Mallory Trophy for the High School Nationals. Okay, as A Division heads back out for their last race, we now have updated scores. And sure enough, Point Loma is back in the lead by 11 points over Severn. They had a 3-2 in that set. So they gained 11 points in the B Division race. They were tied after the A race. So it's 232 to 243. Milton's moved back into third at 290, just 4 points clear of Christchurch, who had a tough set. St. Thomas is still fifth. They've been floating around there most of the regatta. Francis Parker's been a little bit up and down, but they had a decent set. They're in sixth. And Tilly's now seventh. Ransom Everglades, they've moved up to eighth. They've been sailing really well today, particularly in B Division. Hotchkiss School made a run earlier today, but they've dropped back to ninth. Newport Harbor is sitting in 10th. St. George's has been stuck in 11th for a while. The Rainey School done a little bit better today. They're in 12th. Tabor Academy just had a second, but they're still back in 13th. Coronado 14. Christian Brothers, the Colts, are 15th. Kettle Marine 16. Walter Payton 17, Minnetonka 18, Clear Falls 19, and Charles Wright 20. All right, let's check on division scores with one race to go. In A Division, Sophia Renicky, who won the high school single-handed nationals in the fall, is winning A Division by 5 points over Connor Bayless, who's making quite a charge today. Moved to within 5. Connor and his army of crews at 113. 123, Christchurch. Boyd Bragg with Sally Johnson's moved up to third place. Jack Ryder is not far back and fourth from Point Loma. And Henry Burns sailing with 3 different crews. Peter Barron, Hunter Zonnenberg, and Christina Sakalaris sailed some races yesterday. She's quite a good single-handed sailor. She crewed in heavier races. They're in 5th in A. Sam Morrell is 6th with Caroline Tier for the Antilles School. Newport Harbor's Joseph Hugh, Emily Overstreet in 7th. Cole Harris sailing with Annabelle Heward, Jack Jocelyn, and Maddie McGrath are in 8th. Hotchkiss gone most of the way with Tommy Whittemore at the helm in 9th in A. And Sean Harvey is 10th in A for Ransom Everglades. In B Division, the freshman from Point Loma with a big lead, 104 points. Alternating crews, Kenny Motes and Sean Cofield. They have clinched the win for B Division, but they still have the work cut out for them. Hold on to their lead overall over Severn School. Severn is second in B with Stephanie Hauk steering. Switching between Aiden Morgan and Blair Riley. Ransom Everglades is third in B Division. Tucker Weed has gone most of the way. Paul Lowry subbed in for one race. The 3 crews, Matty Sharp, Alex Seedy, and McLeod Kennedy, been crewing for Ransom Everglades. Francis Parker, Sam Merson has worked into fourth in B division, but Jack Jocelyn is sailing the last set. They've used crews Madeline McGrath, Annabelle Heward, and Reese Gerhard Scott. Milton Academy, Eli Burns. Charlie Hibben did sail one race yesterday. He also crewed a little bit, and Ginny Alex crewed in that one race. Fifth in B division. Chucky Greenhouse from St. George's put together a good series. Sixth, with Gray Benson and Ellie Williams crewing. Oh, Gray Benson skippered a couple races. Ellie Williams gone the whole way as crew. Hotchkiss is seventh in B, with Nick Stefanoni doing most of the skippering. But Christopher Lucan sailed 3 races. Lucan's also crewed in all day today. The Antilles, Teddy Nicolosi, a sophomore, has skippered most of the way for 8th place in B, with Christopher Sharpless sailing a few races as well. A couple of brothers, Ryan Hunter and Robert Hunter, have been crewing. Benton Amther sailed most of the races for Christchurch, but Nathan Smith got in some, as did Austin Frieda. And 10th in B, the Rainey School, Cameron Giblin sailing with Blake Epstein most of yesterday, and Matthew Hamelsky most of today. As the fleet heads back out for race number 20 A division and 20 B division. We're going to get in all 40 races here, thanks to the great race committee work of MIT, headed up by Sailing Master Franny Charles. Andrew Nunez has been manning the finish boat. Carl Zimba taking scores. Also want to thank our judges, Jeff Dusek, John Mothrop, and David Larson, who have been dutifully watching every single race, all 40 of them. Okay, before race 20 starts, one more look at the scores here. Point Loma once again in the lead by 11 points, 232 to Severn, 243. Change in third. Milton has moved back into third at 290. Christchurch at 294. And also with a shot at the podium in fifth place, St. Thomas Aquinas at 307, just 17 points out of third. And with 2 races at 20 boats each, that is certainly doable. Francis Parker's moved up to sixth, just 9 points ahead of Antilles. Ransom Everglades has moved up to eighth, just ahead of Hotchkiss in ninth. And Newport Harbor hanging on to 10th. While still waiting for this race 28 to start, the race committee is over tending to a Firefly that seems to be inverted and stuck in the mud. Okay, the race committee is back on station. Should be just another minute before they start a starting sequence for 20A. Okay, the errant Firefly is righted. Crews look a little bit disoriented, but they're back in the boat. And we believe we have a sequence just getting going for A Division. Two minutes to start.
So what's the
Up to 45 seconds from the start. As A Division is lining up. Well, it's looking like Point Loma and Severn were going to start side by side, but Severn just tacked out before the gun, reaching underneath some boats. Probably coming back up into attack now. No, they started the race, and Severn has started on port, tipping a couple boats. Didn't take very long for Point Loma to tack to cover. Point Loma with a really good start. The boats near the pin had great starts. Especially number 9, Tabor. Looks like Tabor's actually extended a little bit, but the front row is doing well on port tack, including number 10 Antilles School. Point Loma and Severn are very close together. Severn to leeward on port is pointing higher. They're coming up underneath Point Loma. I think the boats are pretty close to even. Even fighting it out for around, I don't know, 4th or 5th. Christchurch is front row, but they're way off to one side where there's less wind. Well, Tabor is tacked onto not a great angle. Kettle goes behind them on a better angle. So Tabor tacks. Good move. In a nice breeze. Point Loma makes 2 tacks. To get up into that breeze a little bit. Severn never got to that good breeze. Severn is sagged off to one side, getting closer to where Christchurch has been sailing in light air. So Severn tacks to starboard, and they're going to go behind Antilles. And I don't think they can get to Point Loma. Although Point Loma is also in a little bit of a light spot. They're looking, oh, and Point Loma is going to bear off and dip them. No, Severn decides to tack onto port, lee bowing Point Loma, but from a distance as Antilles crosses both. Meanwhile, closer to MIT, we see Tabor 9 appears to be still leading, but boy, they're dying for more pressure. The Rainey School in 2 is doing well over here. And there's a bit of a lefty, so now that could put Rainey in the lead. Well, no, that lefty disappears immediately. So now it's close to Tabor. Catamaran behind Tabor. But Antilles lifted again on port. At that rate, Antilles will have the lead. And that's going to help St. Thomas Aquinas. They're further out on that port ley line, coming in with a decent speed. It's just slightly overstood. Well, not even, but they're going well. So the Rainey School's around first, Antilles second. Newport Harbor will be third. Tabor just missed out on a good lane into the mark. Hotchkiss fourth. St. Thomas Aquinas is going to have to shoot head to win. Tabor's probably going to roll him for 5th. Point Loma gets around in 7th. One ahead of Francis Parker in 8th. Kettle Morenas attack a couple more times. 9, 10. Christopher Brother and 11 for Severn. Well, not good for Severn. They've got an 11-point gap to make up, and they're some 6 behind Point Loma here. They really need to beat Point Loma in both divisions to have a chance at this. And a tough beat for Christchurch. There just never was a really good breeze on that side. Milton got around about 3 ahead of Christchurch, but outside of the top 10. That could open the door for St. Thomas Aquinas. They had a good beat. They were on the left coming into the weather mark, and that's where the breeze was at the end of the beat. All right, B division, just getting going. Severn 3rd from the pen. Sorry, that's Point Loma 3rd from the pen. Severn started more like 4 from the committee boat, which was a pretty lonely place to be. Most of the boats were at the pin with this breeze going left. So Point Loma got off pretty well from the pin. They were able to tack to port and ride this lefty for a while. That's going to put him in the top 5. Severn's going to need a miracle at this point. In our view from here, looking across, 4th from the left in our view, the blue boat is Severn School, number 4. Wow, the breeze is going even further left. And Tabor's taking advantage of that. Point Loma just wants to sail in the vicinity of Severn. And Point Loma had a good start, and they're lifting on port. Did you know that Point Loma are the pointers? And certainly has been their strategy to point towards the mark. Point Loma makes a couple more tacks here in the red Firefly number 3. Like I said, I believe they're going to be certainly in the top 10. If not in the top 5. Well, Severn is doing okay in this race, and a little bit of righty near the end, and they will perhaps get to this first mark before Point Loma. Point Loma is now headed on port. Now back up a little bit on port. Here comes Severn, converging. Severn will attack to leeward and ahead of Point Loma. So Point Loma tacks off, still in somewhere around 5th place coming into this first mark. Looks like the right one out in the end. So Antilles School round 1st, followed by Ransom Everglades. The Hotchkiss School squeezes around in 3rd. And a sharp tack underneath Christchurch. Milton Academy. I think they got away with it. Severn right behind them, just ahead of Point Loma. But they need a lot more than that. They're 11 points behind. There's one. And the breeze has gone further left on the entire river, so the race course has become a little more one-sided, with everyone on port tack coming upwind. And Point Loma is still well ahead in A Division, ahead of Severn, that is. Rainy School rounds the second weather mark in first, followed by Tabor Academy. Severn went pretty far left, as did the wind, but there's only so much leverage you can gain when the course is skewed like this. They are making gains on Point Loma. Point Loma tacks to port ahead of Severn, but well to leeward, and Severn has more wind. So Severn's definitely catching up here. In fact, Severn with another lifting blast. Newport Harbor's around. The Christian Brothers. Severn's coming flying in on port. Two more orange boats on starboard. St. Thomas Aquinas and a Ransom Everglades around ahead of Severn. Severn's going to just cross Point Loma to tack behind him. Severn's now trying to tack around a big cluster of boats into a little bit of a calm. They might as well just tack back. That didn't work. Even though they're on a downwind leg, they're just becalmed as Severn. Gliding around them is Francis Parker in 20. Point Loma coming up astern, just tacking. Also in very little breeze. So Point Loma's going downwind with the boom center line because there's not enough wind to push it out. There it goes. So it looks like Severn's one ahead of Point Loma in both divisions, but that won't be enough to break up Point Loma's 11-point lead. Also stuck at this second weather mark is Milton, now behind Christchurch. Milton is 4 points clear of Christchurch for third overall. St. Thomas Aquinas can still get into third. They're 17 points behind Milton and ahead of Milton in both of these races. Well, that is a parking lot at Mark 2, or sorry, the last windward mark. So Milton's able to jibe around and maybe get some clear air by making a left turn away from the cluster that they're rounded with. Christchurch also jibed clear with a little better breeze and is escaping the grasp of Milton. Severn ultimately got breeze and took off downwind. Looks like Severn's 6th. Sorry, make that 7th or 8th. With Point Loma 9th. I think Point Loma may have picked up Severn in the B division race. Nice puff coming down into the last windward mark for B division. The Fireflies. One boat's already rounded a mile in front. That's Antilles. They're in 6th overall. No, sorry, 7th overall behind Francis Parker. They could move up to 6th with a good set here. Ransom Everglades having a pretty good day. They've moved up to 8th overall. Just rounding this mark in 2nd. Well, there's a left shift, and that could move Severn back up close to Point Loma. They're going to need a lot, though. Milton just tacking around now. It looks like they're going to get 3rd overall. Hotchkiss tacking around. Point Loma didn't quite make the mark on starboard. They had to tack, and then they call for room to tack with Severn tacking underneath them. Looks like everyone makes it around clean with Severn once again just 1 ahead of Point Loma. And Christchurch is the boat that was on starboard that forced them all to tack around the mark. Christchurch needs to make up some ground on Milton. Milton's about 4 ahead of him in 19. Coronado is next, followed by St. George's, Christian Brothers, and Clear Falls. Tabor Academy is next. At one point, they were leading this race. Oh, that might have been the FJ race. Okay, Francis Parker's pretty far back. I think Antilles in 7th might pick up Francis Parker for 6 overall. Well, after this run leg, we still have one more windward leg where anything can happen. But right now, Point Loma still has an 11-point lead, and they're only 1 behind in each race, A and B division. At some point, Severn's going to have to try to split with them instead of cover in order to put more boats in between. Wow, the lead FJ certainly got far ahead, winning the last race in A division. It's the Ranny School in boat 2. Tabor gets across in 2nd. Looks like Christian Brothers is just going to nip out Newport Harbor for 3rd in this race. St. Thomas Aquinas still has a shot at 3rd overall. They're looking like they're going to get fourth here. Attacking on Severn. St. Thomas Aquinas will be fourth. Severn made a couple more tacks while Francis Parker stays in the bad air. But the breeze goes left a little bit, so it looks like Francis Parker is going to be fifth. So that's a 7 for Severn School. Where is Point Loma? There they are, in 9th or 10th. And Tilly's gets across with the skipper falling down in the boat as it crosses the finish line. And Hotchkiss gets across in the yacht Jack and the Beanstalk. Wait, Hotchkiss might have touched the mark. They're going to do a penalty turn, and that's going to allow Point Loma to catch up another point. Yep, Point Loma now finishes only 2 behind Severn. That makes Point Loma's lead now 9 points. Somehow Severn would have to put 9 points on Point Loma in this B race. Looks like Point Loma's going to get this. So as the last few A Division boats finish up the Mallory Trophy, here comes B Division into the finish. And Tilly's wins the last race in B Division. That Antilles boat caught some FJs. Well, Severn and Point Loma are side by side coming to this finish. That's not going to be enough for Severn, not even close. Christchurch is right with them. They're trying to hang on for a shot at third over Milton. And Point Loma actually beats the Severn School across the finish line. The Point Loma Pointers will be your champions for 2017 in the Mallory Cup and the High School Nationals. I might note here that Point Loma is now the first team to win 7 of these Mallory trophies, breaking a tie with Tabor Academy and Phillips Academy at 6 each. Point Loma now winners of 3 times in the last 5 years. Coach Hunt with his team has won previously in 2012, 2014, now adding 2017 onto their impressive record. The Point Loma Pointers from San Diego are your Mallory champions for 2017. We're going to wait for the dust to settle and the scores to come in before trying to figure out who got third here. Any one of 3 schools had a shot at third going into the last race. It was Milton Academy was third, Christchurch fourth, and St. Thomas Aquinas fifth going into the last race. But St. Thomas Aquinas had the best races of those 3. So we shall wait for the scores to see who got third, but we know who won it. Point Loma. Well, we actually have potential protests also that could affect third. It seems Christchurch is protesting Milton Academy in the last B Division race. So it could be a while before we know who's third. But we do know who ran a great regatta, MIT. This is what's considered the mecca of college sailing. MIT started it all with dinghy sailing here in the Charles River with this boathouse in 1935. They've run absolutely countless regattas every single year since 1935, including college nationals and women's nationals and high school nationals. Crazy place to sail, but incredibly well run, beautifully executed by MIT and their staff. Well, we hope folks watching from home have enjoyed the show, this 40-race series at MIT. The weather wasn't spectacular, but the sailors don't care. They just want good wind, and they got it this weekend with a sweet east wind that went a little east-southeast yesterday and got a little bit shifty. Started out about 3 knots and built to about 15 at one point. Generally, it was about 8 to 13 yesterday. Today, the winds were northeast and shifty, and they backed all the way to due north at one point, as was forecasted. Never got crazy windy. Only a couple of boats capsized, but it was gusty. Some of the gusts hit as high as 20 knots, but for the most part, the winds were anywhere from, with 2 or 3 knots at the windward mark to as high as about 18 at the leeward mark, and everything in between. The competitors are about to enjoy, it looks like I see 30 boxes of pizza over my shoulder here under the tent. Pizza's not open yet, so put your boats away first, kids. And then you're going to have some well-deserved pizza. Okay, folks, the scores have been updated now on TechScore, and you folks at home can get to see the scores yourself at scores.hssailing.org and click on the Mallory Trophy for the ISSA Fleet Racing Championship, and you will see that Point Loma is going to win it with 247. Severn School, not a distant second at 257. Milton Academy is now in third at 305. Christchurch in fourth at 3:15, but there is a protest between Christchurch and Milton. St. Thomas Aquinas did have a good last A race. In fact, we believe St. Thomas Aquinas won A division in virtually all good races. However, their B division was a little off the pace in the last race, and they end up fifth at 3:27, just 4 points clear of Antilles School, who won the last B race, ended up at 3:31 in sixth. Francis Parker, at one point, had moved all the way up to third, but settled for seventh at 3:37. Ransom Everglades is in eighth place at 3:50. The Hotchkiss School, 3:52. And Newport Harbor rounds out the top 10 at 3:86. The Rainey School won the last A division race and moved up to 11th at 4:09, dropping St. George's to 12th at 4:13. Tabor Academy finished with a pair of deuces in A division to come in 13th at 4:51. Coronado finished up strong in B division, 4:74. The Christian Brothers Academy were at 4:92, well clear of Kettle Moraine, who took a bit of a digger in the last race at 5:34. Walter Payton, College Prep, 5:42. Minnetonka at 5:61. Clear Falls at 6:46. And Charles Wright at 6:61 are your 20 New England High School Championship finalists. Well, we're not sure about B division because of a possible protest, but we can give you here the top 5 in A division at the high school nationals, winning B division, as she did winning the high school single-handed nationals in the fall. Sophia Renicky sailing with alternating crews Libby Redmond and Brian Buckley. I don't know. Oh, Margaret Gill? Yeah, so it would have been mid-90s. Second in A division, only 7 points back, was Connor Bayless, alternating with Caroline McNeil on Saturday, Camille White on Saturday, and Abby Tyndall. Third in B was Boyd Bragg and Sally Johnson from Christchurch School. Fifth in A division was Jack Ryder, sailing with Remy Reynolds, J.D. Schrady, and Diego Escobar. And Henry Burns ended up fifth in A division with Peter Barron, Hunter Zonnenberg, and Christina Sakalaris. A couple teams here still need to update their RP forms to put in your substitutions from today so that it's all up to date. Antilles Sam Morrell and Carolyn Tier were 6 in A, right ahead of Joseph Hugh and Emily Overstreet from Newport Harbor. 8th place was Parker. Francis Parker. Cole Harris went the whole way. No, Jack Jocelyn, Jack Jocelyn crewed a little bit. Annabelle Heward crewed yesterday, and Madeline McGrath crewed today. Tommy Whittemore went most of the way, skippering in A division for the Hotchkiss School in 9th with various crews. And Ransom Everglades, Sean Harvey was 10th in A. In B Division, first place in a runaway was Jack Egan, a freshman, sailing with Kenny Motes and Sean Caulfield at 110 points. 27 points back. In second was Stephanie Hauk, sailing with Aiden Morgan and Blair Riley. Another 10 back, Tucker Weed skippered most of the way. Paul Aubry sailed the race with crews Matty Sharp, Alex Seedy, and McLeod Kennedy in third in B Division. Tentatively, we have Elliot Burns in fourth place in B Division for Milton Academy, protest pending. Chucky Greenhouse fifth, and Nicholas Stefanoni, Christopher Lukens in sixth in B. Teddy Nicolosi switching off with Christopher Sharpless, who were seventh in B. Sam Merson, Jack Jocelyn said the last couple for Parker. Christchurch, Benton Amthor. Nathan Smith sailed a couple races. And the Randy School was 10th in B with Cameron Giblin. We do have one protest and one redress pending. Don't know about the redress. Don't think it'll make too much of a difference. The protest, however, could determine third place between Christchurch and Milton. We'll stand by for that. As a ton of pizza is being consumed by a bunch of happy sailors. Their season is not over yet. They still have a couple team racing championships for those teams that have qualified for the Baker Trophy. That'll be in Norfolk, Virginia, coming up in a couple weeks. Next week is the qualifier from New England, happening up in Maine. See who gets to represent New England at team racing. All right, we're going to take a little break here. We'll come back for the awards in just a little while, right after the pizza is consumed.
I could just put that in my pocket then. Can I get everybody's attention? Okay, can everybody hear me? And then I'll hand this as you.
You're going to announce the winner.
No, I will, but we want to thank all your team. Okay, you guys ready to go? Well, I'm Tim Hogan. I'm president of ISSA, and I got to tell you that this was one of the finest Mallories we've ever had. The venue was fantastic. The conditions were variable. We had MIT at its finest. I think it was fun seeing sailing the Fireflies and the FJs. So congratulations to Franny and MIT. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, everyone. I have a good coach's voice. I won't use the mic. How about that? I'd like to thank the folks who really helped pull this off. I had Mike Kalin and Matt Lindblad tweaking marks all weekend. Our tribunal, John Molthrop, Jeff Dusick, David Larson, were meting out justice. Most important of all, Roger Rawlings, assisted by Rob Hurd on organizing to bring this event here to New England. Thanks so much. We had Andrew and Carl on scoring duty. Did a great job staying up with tech score and standing around in the miserable rain today. Megan was on social media. And other folks to thank here who did a wonderful job. Ken Legler on the play-by-play at the dock. Stu Craig and Hugh Doherty, who were handling the drone yesterday. The drone could not fly in the rain. But thank you very much for doing that. Hopefully you guys will go back and review that to see how you started yesterday. And Ian Campbell, Joe Zambella, and Matt Aiello, who did a great job on dock and switching boats in and out as we needed to make some small repairs. So thanks to all of those folks who really made it happen. Appreciate it. Back to you.
Okay. So I want to congratulate everybody for coming. We are 550 schools in high school sailing, and this is the top 20. So everybody should be very proud that they made it to this regatta. And so with that, we'll get on with third place is Milton Academy. So they come forward. Just the two of you?
No, we back there.
That's it.
Come on, everyone get up here. Let's go. Let's go. It's a team thing. Coaches too.
Thank you.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, stand out in the rain.
Just have 8 of those. Okay.
Visuals here too, if you want. I don't know if there's anything to give.
Yeah, we do.
Well, you could give him a pat on the back and mail him a trophy.
Dang.
I'll look through it and
See if.
didn't see it.
Right. Okay, yeah, so we'll do the divisionals.
You can just announce it and mail him the trophy.
Right. Okay, what is Severn's full name? Is it Severn?
Severn Cavas.
Okay, in second place, and they had a battle the last 5 or 6 races today, and it was a lot of fun to watch. Severn High School. Okay, so before we get to the winner, I would like to announce the winning teams in Division A and B. Division A was Sophia Renicky in St. Thomas Aquinas. And in B was Jack Egan and his crew. And now can we have Point Loma come forward? Yeah.
I just want to say a couple of quick thank yous. I want to congratulate everybody for making it here. It was a super fun competitive weekend. I want to thank Fran for making this all possible. I want to thank my whole team because it was a true team effort. And I want to make sure to thank my moms for making it happen. Thanks. Travel safe.
Okay, thanks everyone. The Mallory next year is going to be in Galveston in Texas, so hopefully we'll see you there. Thanks for coming.